Hope you can hear me. Um, this is my second stream this morning. Earlier today, well, I don't remember what time I woke up. I'm an artist. I don't keep regular schedules, and this is a work in progress. That one's finished. This one's completed. How about that instead of finished? It's finished! In case you can't tell, this video does not have much planning. But earlier today, I talked about getting food from charity, and I was um, kind of negative about it. So I thought I'd show you what I picked up today, because today was a much better experience from beginning to end. Like the check-in person, the last time I went was gave off that go away vibe, and today it was everyone there was different people, and they were all friendly, and I like the food that I got today better. But it's the same charity, and they don't have control over that. They don't, they just get whatever food is given to them. So I thought I'd show you. So a lot of the stuff is frozen. So this bread is a Publix Greenwise crusty white baguette, and it's cold enough that it was recently frozen. Then I got some dinner rolls, Chicago hard rolls, 6 count, made from scratch here daily. Um, Contains bioengineered food ingredients. Publix Bakery, number 340, Jacksonville, Florida, 32204. 32204, that's the Publix that I go to. And then inside, these are my own bags. They gave it to me in a paper sack. But for me, it's easier to carry some stuff with handles with my particular back disability. Um, so here's something that was in the so the charity is run by a nearby church. And so when I saw paper in it, I mean, I'm such a cynical atheist that I was like, oh God, it's going to be something telling me what to believe. And it isn't. It's helpful. It's the Street Dog Coalition. It's really faintly printed, so I don't know. Experiencing homelessness? Have a pet? We can help. The Street Dog Coalition provides free veterinary care to pets of people experiencing or at risk of homelessness via pop-up clinics. That the the former editor in me is like, the homelessness was caused by pop-up clinics? The Street Dog Coalition. This is not important. This is just me doing my thing, where you just pick some letters. ADH, OCD, AU. The Street Dog Coalition provides free veterinary care to pets of people experiencing or at risk of homelessness via pop-up clinics. Are you at risk of homelessness via pop-up clinic? Call today. No, I would just rewrite that. The Street Dog Coalition provides free veterinary care via pop-up clinics to pets of people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Look at me. I can't even. This is a beautiful thing, and I'm trying. My earlier stream is about the same message that um, I think it's oversimplifying to think that something's all good or all bad. Um, I can pick apart grammar. Maybe I enjoy it. Saturday, November 2nd, 9 to 12. Next Saturday, February 1st, 2025, at the Sulzbacher Center, 611 East Adams Street, Jacks, Florida. Free services include, these are for pets, physical exams, core vaccinations, including rabies and parvo, flea tick prevention, spay-neuter vouchers, and pet food and supplies when available. Check-in is first come, first served. Service is offered while supplies last and time allows. Limited to 2 pets per person or family. Dogs should be on leashes and cats in carriers. Mm. And here's an interesting word that they choose to phrase this. At the very bottom, underlined in bold, in unbridled collaboration with Sulzbacher Center, Volunteer in Medicine, the Heal Mobile. I like that. Unbridled collaboration. Uh, if you're interested in this, you can email them at jacks@thestreetdogcoalition.org or call at 904-446-8665. The Street Dog Coalition is not responsible for any injuries, human or animal, that may occur during the event. That's all good. I made a jokey correction to their phrasing because that's my history. Like that would be a skill I could do for people. So I got cupcakes. I didn't. And with cream cheese icing, carrot cakes, and chocolate trio, I'm so excited. And they look like they've just been through a clothes dryer. Well, not they would be melted, but you know. And I don't care. I'm so happy. Um, a Zephyr Hills bottled water. I have a friend who will drink that at some point when he's in town. Um, so that's half one bag. That's that's one bag. I've been noticing the way I talk when I edit on the fly. Talk about making errors. Okay, so here's more exciting stuff. A jar of spaghetti sauce. I could be picky about this stuff if I wanted to, but any sauce can be doctored with. I like this turkey sausage, and anyway, there's just different things. Um, so like, it doesn't matter if whether or not this sauce is great. I've spent a lot of time watching things like America's Test Kitchen, where they pick out Rao's, whatever, and stuff like that. But that world is for. I do believe it's important to know what's good quality and all that kind of stuff. But there's this world. Well, in my childhood, it would have been called yuppie. Just the idea that you can buy your way to a good life through. I just think there's more to finding a good life than the purchases we make. Although I could have a whole thing about capitalism, and I wish we could make ethical purchases, and that would be buying our way to a good life. But currently, I'm inventorying my free haul. This is great. Tender, stem, sweet baby broccoli from New World Farms, washed before use. Ah, I'm so happy to have this. And because I don't have any income, if I went to the store, I probably would not have bought that. That's probably too expensive for my budget. Then I got this free guacamole. Now it looks suspect. It's no longer green. But I thought, well, I can turn it into a sauce. I'm thinking uh, I could sear chicken, and I don't know, but it definitely needs to be used ASAP. That was the one questionable thing that I thought. "Mm, I'm not sure about that. Taylor Farms Authentic Guacamole. I wonder if it's past its expiration date. Used by 10/4/2024. That's either today or tomorrow. And then half-length spaghetti in a very, very dented ox. So I'll be careful with that. And then I guess these are cucumbers. I don't really know the difference between cucumbers and zucchini. I think these are zucchini. Yeah, yeah, they gotta be, right? Yes, yes. So I got 3 zucchini. So last week I didn't get any vegetables at all. So as I say, you just never know. Um, I'm gonna run and put all this away. Fridge, fridge, fridge. So I'm really happy. I'll just show it all again. I don't have any go-to zucchini recipes. And my activity level is not very. Why did I do that? Oh, did I talk about? I've written before on Mastodon about the side effects of my chronic pain that it messes up my equilibrium because I'm kind of like tense and seized up. And I do stuff like what you just saw, or I'll go to put something somewhere and I misjudge the distance and I drop it on the floor or something. I mean, it's just really weird. Fridge. Oh, I'm cleaning my oven for the first time ever. So I'm actually going to put on one of my leftover N95, KN95 COVID masks before I go into the to the kitchen. I'm gonna no, I can do one ear at a time. We're going to the fridge. We're taking these things. You should have kept the zucchini in their bag. They knew what they were doing. You're the one who had to get all bizarre and show it on the TV. Okay, so 2 hours, 20 seconds, minutes left on my oven thingamabob. And then, oh, I guess these should go in the fridge. What's the date on them? Yesterday. I don't think they need to be refrigerated. The rest of this, oops, sorry. The rest of this stuff I'll deal with later. That's really nice about that street dog veterinary. So yeah, I want to talk about some ways that I like food charities more than the more than going and buying it myself. Besides the money part. Earlier today, in my stream earlier today, that I said that guaranteed minimum income, in other words, just free money for everyone, subsidizing everyone's life. I said that is better and more effective, or just if I think it should be for everyone because it's guaranteed minimum. So then people who you can kind of like go off the program, but somebody like me who wants to do art and pursue it to the end, but I'm not making a living. I think I just think guaranteed minimum income would be the most helpful thing. And this morning I was talking about how when I wait for food to be given to me, well, when I rely on, interesting words, I have to, beggars can't be choosers. I, I talked about that. And I said that money would be better because then I wouldn't receive stuff I don't want. And and there'd be and also in order to get it, like I have to go certain places at certain times. I mean, I only know of two that are nearby, but like um, if I did have uh, an opportunity to make money, then it would conflict with it might conflict with the time that the food charity is open, the 4 hours a week. So yeah, so I was this morning talking about how guaranteed minimum income, it's usually called universal basic income, how that is preferable to charities that give out the specific items. Um, but I thought, I'd talk about the things that I like, and it's community. Because I feel zero community when I do anything, when I interact with capitalism in any way in the US, except for, I mean, there's a couple stores where I know the owners or whatever. But for the most part, most purchasing experiences are lifeless, uh, and actually worse than that, they're life sucking because we know most of the time that exploitation brought whatever it is into our hands. So that's a negative experience at all times for us to be aware of and, have to burden. And I mean, so for instance, like this free stuff from Publix, okay. But if I went to the Publix, it might cross my mind where the money that I spent is going. I know Publix costs more than other supermarkets, and I know that the Publix heiress, um, from what I've heard, supports, causes that are very much against me. So yeah, I'd rather have these free things from her store than give her my money. Uh, but I don't live that way. I mean, it's really difficult to compartmentalize because it's impossible to make ethical choices within the system that we have. Um, Maybe that's too strong of a statement. Everything's relative. There's a sliding scale. But I think it is reasonable to say that it is impossible to ethically participate in capitalism, and yet we're born in it and we have to survive. I appreciate gifts freely given. Oh, you can go to www.humanisso.me and there would be a support link there. Um, so, what would be a negative, cynical thing? Oh, yeah, you like free stuff. You're lazy. You just want the stuff given to you. You don't want to do anything for it. Uh, that's a transactional way of thinking. And I do think that we are transactional. Um, that there is, in my brain at least, I think that there is a balance or a ledger or something, and um, like I'm doing this. I may or may not get any viewers. I may or may not get any. I mean, I gave out the link to my support. It's very unlikely that I'm going to get any money from doing this. I, if I'm able to, I do not want to monetize any of my channels because that is a big word, antithetical to my belief system. So antithetical means that the very principle of showing ads to people is um, contradicts my principles. Those There are principles that that guide our system as it is now, and a lot of it is advertising and money, and I mean, there's all this stuff, and I recognize that I need money to live, but I don't want my work to be tainted by right by advertising. Advertising, in particular, I feel um, interferes with thought, interferes with reasoning, decision making. I have seen, nothing's absolute. I have seen, I mean, that's an advertisement, basically, and I think it's beautiful. Um, Here, if I snapped my fingers and could change the laws, instead of deciding I mean, maybe you could have people deciding which types of ads are good and bad, maybe. But I think it would be easier to limit the number of ads in a whatever piece of media and to limit if they are and to limit the number of appearances of an ad because each ad is a little bit of brainwashing. And so if you get the same ad over and over and over and over again, then you have it in your head forever. Hot pockets. Um, and that's, well, I've called it brain damage before. Why is it brain damage? Because the brain changes when you know, lock down new information. And I didn't want that change. I didn't vote for Hot Pockets, but I didn't consent. So the reasoning under our capitalist system is that you consent by watching. If you want the free content, then you get anything that we choose to show to you. And like I say, if I could like just change rules, I would just say, no, we're going to have laws that say the laws that govern what can be shown as an ad or what can. Um, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. I want to write a book about society as I would like it to be, and it would be science fiction, obviously. Um, but I think the limit to the number of repeat plays would go a long way to making us more mentally healthy. I think limiting the number of, like the percentage of ad to content ratio could help, would help. And beyond that, it would take studies, maybe uh, I guarantee you that there have been uh, people using psychology to craft ads in ways that are the most effective. And so, um, in my ideal society, there would be equally as much money or emphasis placed by the society on studying the negative effects of everything that happens in our. I mean, that's what a regulatory agency should do, right? Cut down on the negative effects to society. So, and that's what it seems like I'm suddenly talking about political systems and democracy. I've got a democracy video brewing. Ooh, I should have changed the title on this. This I don't know if this is Robin Oh yeah, I said Robin Recovery Chronic Pain 2. So since I've been on the Fediverse, which is Mastodon, if you want to join me, go to mastodon.social or join mastodon probably.org. But I recommend just joining the big one, mastodon.social, and finding me. I'm at mastodon.art/@rmiddleton. And if it were up to me, that's the only account where I would more pipe dreams, where I would take comments. So the way the internet is set up, because each separate little fiefdom wants to make money and snag you and keep you there, any account. I mean, how about when you first signed up for sending money through Venmo or whatever, did you think that you were joining a social media network and you're going to see all these so and so paid so and so? Now, a friend of mine loves it. I don't. I wish I could. I wish I could go to like one place and log in and do all the things I want to do, which is not to say that I want a monopoly. I want the internet to work the way it can work, which is I choose, oh, I link in, I have a payment processor, and all the feedback goes to my one place. And I put out videos, and all the comments go to my one place. There's the way that the companies run the internet is exhausting of its users. They are they're using us. We're not the users, really, because we provide the content, we provide the eyeballs, we provide all the data that they're scraping up and selling. They're selling our everything we've ever made and shared to AI, or I mean, they own the AI themselves or something. I don't know, but it's a lot. So I hang out. I like if Mastodon, the Fediverse, if all that had always existed, well, then I would have never joined the MySpace, the Facebook. It's nice to it. I want to support building the culture that I want to have. So um, when I'm on the Fediverse, even though the user base is small, I can see all the different types of. I can see the photo sharing app. I can see the video sharing app. I can get notifications from my. They have a payment, Libra Pay. Um, Now I'm talking about the Fediverse. It it's a hodgepodge show. Like I said, like when I joined Venmo, I didn't think I was joining a social media network. All of them do that. You want to sell clothes secondhand? Well, you're going to get 1,000 notifications a day. Um, and then, I mean, even like I've got a Patreon. When I log on to Patreon, they're popping up. They're telling me to do this, and that is draining my creative energy away from my intention. And none of that happens on the Fediverse. Um, so I have a payment, which I got monthly, or you can do one time. But no one's used it yet. The Fediverse isn't known. So there's an idea that we all, I think, have that some, things that are popular, that's where you want to be. Those are good. Uh, all of the Fediverse things do have their quirks. They don't have the money and the uh, work um, for workforce to perfect and market and blah 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 blah. But what they do have is they live by principles. They live by a set of principles that they're not there to sell you ads, to scrape your data, to give you anything that without your consent. And that to me is worth it. And I wish more people would join me. The limitations in terms of, well, Instagram, I like reels and there are no reels, whatever. Well, you can find videos being shared. I mean, sometimes you can even see things that are embedded from the other social media, but the other social media, because they want to capture people, usually they break the interoperability of the internet on purpose, like how you can't click links in an Instagram caption, even though, I mean, hello, you're on the internet. I guarantee you're not somewhere else in Instagram land. You're within the internet. But I'm gonna sit down. I am enjoying this, so I'm gonna talk a little bit longer, and I'm gonna get something to drink out of the kitchen. I'm gonna put my face mask on before I go into the fumy kitchen running uh, the self cleaning cycle. I'm doing this self-cleaning cycle because I just cooked quiche at 420 is what I picked. Couldn't remember whether the recipe was for 400 or 450 or 425, so I chose 420. Uh, and when it reached, during the preheat, when it finished its preheat, I noticed fumes, smoke coming because there's just my unclean oven every time I use it. Uh, so, when it gets that hot, it's burning food bits and stuff. So when I took the thing out, I thought, well, it's already been up to 420. Like supposedly, when you put it in clean mode, it goes up to like, I don't know what, 600 or something. I'm even worried about it for my electric bill. But I just thought, I've never cleaned this oven and I don't know how. And I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to. I was afraid that it would make too many fumes. I live in a multi-unit building, and I was really afraid of setting off the fire prevention system or disturbing the upstairs neighbors. Um, so far, it's not worrying me. It seems, and if it truly does incinerate all the stuck-on things, and if it does, then I believe the next step will, one, obviously let it cool completely. But then I think I would need to sweep or vacuum out the cinders and things on from the bottom. Um, I think I think Technology Connections, which is Tech Connectify on Mastodon. I think he did a video. I'm fairly certain he did a video on the self-cleaning oven, and that was where I learned because I just never learned anything growing up as a well-off white man. I didn't learn a single life skill. So, um, and I would say I've never had, well, like any kind of mentor, I've never had a relationship with anyone older who um, taught me anything useful other than in school. So I don't know how common that is, but that's how alienated I've been. I am. Um, Now, I mean, I did have a childhood and I did have a mother, and I can tell you what I learned. I learned like how to go to fancy restaurants. I'm really good at that. I'm good at traveling and making plans. I'm a good navigator. I was a good student. I still am, basically. Uh, I I mean, I'm learning every day. I'm assuming everybody does, but I'm just saying there are times I feel very conscious of the fact. Maybe because I don't have another job besides my career as an artist, I have the time. So, um, and this is another reason the Fediverse Mastodon works so well for me because a lot of the stuff that's shared isn't like the stuff that's shared on TikTok or Reels or whatever. It's not just fast and fun. It's often very serious or links, studies, science. It's educational. Yes, there's fun and funny, and yes, I have some personal connections. Um, I don't know about you. Online friendships with strangers are rare that last, and by the nature of this, it's a Twitter. Uh, it's a text-based microblog. So so. Mm, looks like it's raining in my downtown. Uh, oh, right. So unlike Instagram, like I don't see lots of pictures of the people that I'm interacting with. I don't see them talking to the camera, in portrait mode and saying, "Hey, I just did this in my life." This is Pickles. The wedding is over. Off. Canceled. I'm also, gosh, I'm spending money on the oven and now I'm spending money on air conditioning. It's hot. I have my AC on 80. 80 Fahrenheit. That is, what would you guess? 29, 30? I think 30 might be 82 Celsius. So the title of this is Chronic Pain Recovery. My path, my inclinations are at odds with society. I recorded a video of in which I read James Baldwin. I think it's called The Creative Life. And in it, he talks about ways that the artist is at odds with their society. So, like, I've never signed up for, I tried, I didn't go through with it. I feel I should be eligible for food stamps, Medicaid. I thought there was a third thing. Oh, disability. But for some of those things, well, there's a lot of the way our government works, there's a lot of, well, prove it to me. And both parties seem to like that, seem to think, people are going to cheat and people don't deserve free stuff. And so, and then I live in, and then just in addition, horribly, horrendously, unfortunately, the programs, I think even if they're paid for by the federal government, are administered by my state. And my state has been captured by a party that doesn't want to give out benefits by um like their credo. So they'll do, if it's like the law, federal government, they'll do it, but they'll make it so that the number of claims go down. And they think that's saving money and that's enforcement. But they don't realize that people who need it didn't get it. Or maybe they do realize it and don't care. But I think in their minds, they think you have to put in all these steps to we're minding the people's money and we're going to really evaluate and make sure that it's spent right. But all those steps, the employees and the time and the tests and the money, I mean, and I say tests, I mean like hoops that I would have to go through to get it. All of that costs more than just having it wide open. I think I know in some, I don't know for every field, but I know in some that the administration of the conditions to receive help works out to being more expensive than just freely distributing help. So if you think about it, there's a message that I get from my society, which is I'm not to be trusted. I can't just say I need these things at this time in my life and get them. And that's considered normal that we live. I mean, do you remember, were you ever a child who had the experience? How do we become used to the way things are? How do we, accept and the way things are? How do we become acclimated to the way things are when they conflict with our own values. As a child, I remember being upset, disappointed at things like um, being scanned to enter a football game. Isn't that funny? Because I just thought, wow, this teaches me that we live in an enforcement based society, not a cooperative based society. And of course, you know, somebody would say, well, people are going to do blah, 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 blah. These bad things will happen if you don't. And that's what I'm saying is as a kid, it's eye opening on both levels. It's eye opening that like, oh, the the powers that be do not trust us, and apparently we are not to trust each other. So it's doubly disappointing that, um, and I'm naive, uh, which I just was reminded. I was listening. I went on a walk. I was going to get to it. I was listening to the On Being poetry podcast, and he's Irish, so I'm going to try to say the way he says his name. Padre Gotuma. Padre Gotuma reads poems, and these are short. I think these are short podcasts, like 15, 20 minutes, um, and discusses what he thinks the meanings are. But it's more meditative than this equals this. Or his voice is just so good that he could read his grocery list. And and he reminded me that naive is related to newborn, being born. And I like being naive. I'm in favor of being naive. I think the opposite is knowing, and then, all of a sudden you're at cynical. I like think how much we love seeing naive children, or for me, even animals, because pets have their emotions. And I'm thinking of like a puppy discovering something for the first time and just, or when, how easy it is to surprise a dog. Just, you could play peekaboo and they just start. I mean, in a way, that's naivete. I heard someone say naivety in one of my, I think it was in a YouTube video recently. And I thought, it's like niche, but cliche, we don't change it to cliche, or cliché. Were you taught? I was taught to say niche, not niche, but I was taught, of course, to say cliche. Uh, but I was taught to say forte, and some people say fort and say that's the English way of saying it. And whatever the first one was that started me down this path, which I no longer remember, naivety. And I've always heard naivete. These things don't matter, except that sometimes we make judgments on in group and out group based on the way someone talks. And in English, with our wacky inconsistent pronunciation, there's no reason to have negative thoughts about someone because of how they talk or even um, how they write or even if they've got bad teeth. That's a callback to something I was talking about earlier on a previous stream that having messed up teeth is a, to this day, is a long standing example of, or signifier of not just poor, but I don't know. What is it? Because it's not just poor. We do ridicule people for being poor, but I think like the weird tooth thing. How what does society do with that? They talk about. I mean, people are ugly. They somehow I think assume ignorant. Maybe that goes with the lack of money that like you don't have the sense to make enough money to fix your teeth, or you don't have the sense to know that you need to fix your teeth. Um, so that's like stupid, ignorant. I think we just don't like things that we think are ugly, and that can be really, really dangerous. I'm never sure if I can trust Twitch's numbers, but the number just went from 1 to 2. So welcome if someone just joined. I um, I have a setting that if you're new, you have to be on for a long time before you can say anything because I was getting these uh, spam comments and that was distracting me. And mostly I kind of use this to monologue and I talk about what's on my mind and go through my own mental health issues. Um, when I first started this channel, I didn't talk to the camera at all. Well, I was talking the whole time, but there are a lot of streams that I've done that I labeled streams of consciousness where I just talk about what I'm thinking. And I view those recordings as kind of like document research. Like people, I'm just, I happen to be one person and I have experience and I am willing to share kind of like a window into my thought processes. Um, it's just something I've been fascinated by for a long time. And I think we all are wondering, how people think, how other people think, how weird am I, how unique am I. There's, I don't like the binary, but um, I do believe you could identify two extremes, which would be, what was I saying? Of course, I have ADHD. I have just been really intrigued by the stuff you can't see going on out the window. It's an interesting weather day, kind of rainy, steamy. Yeah, that's the word, not really fog. It's like steam. It's so hot for this time of year, and the air is so moist. Yes, I know it's called humidity. Why do people dislike the word moist? I think that's childish. Something just made a loud noise, and because I have these noise canceling headphones on, I have no idea which direction it was in. These headphones have 3 settings: pass through, off, and noise canceling, where noise canceling is very, very noise canceling. And the having that setting off is the noise is dampened by these things. And then the pass through, it actually, I guess, boosts the ambient noise a little bit because it's because I can hear the surrounding noise when it's in the pass through phase more than if they're just not even turned on my head. Uh, so so someone suggested that I switch the chat. So usually I've been doing this without even the concept that I'm talking to anybody. I started it to get myself comfortable and just to do my own self-talk therapy. And recording it somehow helps because I don't talk to myself when I'm not recording. Not and of course I'm always thinking, but I think putting things into words is a step further than thinking. It's like uh, one of my favorite examples of learning is going to a college lecture or any school lecture and taking notes. And I found that even when I did not study them, just the taking of them increased my memory. Certainly not perfect, of course. And many times I was in an exam and thinking, I know just where it was on the page and I remember the doodle I made and but I don't remember the term or I don't remember the definition. So sometimes that would happen, but sometimes it would work out really well where I would if if the test wasn't too hard, where I would just remember it by writing it and not even reviewing it or revising it, as the Brits say. I believe that's what they say. So just like the added sensations of listening, processing, and writing, and there's the physical, the hearing, the visual. By physical, I meant like touch sense. Well, yeah, physical. I think that's a reasonable word. That aids memory or aids learning, which I think, yeah, is the same thing. And I think speaking aloud takes thought to, so there's if it's a what are those things called? Blank is to blank is blank is to blank. So taking written notes is to lecture learning as speaking out loud is to understanding my life or self improvement, self therapy. So I think about changing the settings on these for chat, but stream manager, hide chat. So someone suggested, well, I could change. I've got this 30, you must be following me for 30 minutes before you can talk to me. And so someone suggested that I changed it to 15 because I guess they were annoying because they ran out of time and then we didn't interact for very long. But for the most part, I don't use Twitch the right way and I don't use this to interact. Uh, and for a while, maybe that was a maybe that was like ego protection because if I go on expecting to interact and no one no one does, then I'm disappointed. But if I go on with the idea from the outset that I'm doing it just for me and no one's going to see it or react at all, then sometimes that's what it takes for me to be able to do things. Because I've been an artist my whole life, and even though I do sell and I have, fans and followers, I don't make a living and I don't get any responses to most of the things I share, except on the Fediverse, where I am developing some friendships. Oh, that feels good to say and to believe it and to know that it's true. Well, is it true? I think because it's the internet or whatever, there's some extra caution. Um, so maybe it will take longer, but there are some people that I've interacted with to the point where I might want to know them better. Uh, some of them have, I mean, what am I talking about? Some. Maybe a total of two, three people. But some of them use screen names, and then I don't know who they really are. And so, friendships are online are different than friendships. But I mean, I have a lot of acquaintances that I've had good interactions with in the real world, and then I don't, well, knowing me, I don't know their names or sometimes where it starts off. Uh, do you try to do your chores with joy? Like, like I can think of all this as opportunities for bending and stretching and appreciating that I have clothes and that towel came from a friend that I liked very much and I miss. And oh, oh, wearing these headphones in any setting, but especially noise canceling, um, interferes with, well, they work really well. And then not hearing interferes with our sense of our periphery. I saw my laptop in there and I thought, before I used to be in the habit of doing sound checks and on the laptop while I was streaming because a couple of times something got messed up with the headphone sync and I wasn't. and the audio wasn't streaming. Or I streamed one time, I think, the whole time with the mute button on. I think I just have to be open to these things happening and not worry about it. Hmm. So it is 80 degrees, and I don't see any breeze, but it has been raining. I'm going to see if I can stand opening the patio balcony. Nope. Okay. I just changed my setting to 79. Getting crazy. I might have a cupcake. Oh, so there's two red velvet, two carrot, and two. Okay, this says, can I put on a, can I put on a pleasant voice? Cream cheese, iced, I don't know what a pleasant voice is. Cream cheese, iced RV, carrot, and chocolate trio cupcakes, 6 count. Okay, red velvet, carrot, and chocolate. I'm so glad I ended up picking these. I had a different choice that looked intriguing, but I really wanted the carrot. So this is, I got this for free for going to a church and standing in line. And there are things about that experience that are nicer than going shopping. People smiling, friendly, talking. Uh, it's a church, so saying God bless you and things, that's not my thing, but I say it to them if they. It's like the whole Merry Christmas thing. If you say Merry Christmas to me, I'll say Merry Christmas back. But if I'm meeting somebody and I don't know, or if it's just somebody I don't know anything about them, I might not say anything, which sort of leaves people out, or I might say Happy Holidays. I think I mean, it's definitely a made up issue, but I think there's a false, there's this false narrative created that Happy Holidays is a lesser than alternative, a substitute for Merry Christmas, but it's not. Happy Holidays is the substitute for saying nothing. Because if someone has the has the ooh, I'm really gonna have one of these. I'm so excited. I have not had a not just a treat like this in weeks. This is dirty. What was this used for? I don't know. Let's see, go there. This isn't dirty. Oh, you can't even see. I was just making a little tablecloth for myself. But I want you to see. Okay, should I have carrot? Oh, if there's anyone watching and you can chat, tell me whether to have carrot, red velvet, or chocolate, but still with cream cheese icing. And if I don't hear from anybody, I'm going to have carrot. And I guess I'll eat this crooked carrot, which in a way is easier to get out, the one that's straight up and down. It takes a lot of work for me to want to live. It doesn't take work to live. I just keep on going, you know. I mean, because I don't do healthcare. Oh, have you ever? I split it in half and made it into a sandwich. Did you see what I did? You ever done that with a cupcake? Tear it in half and make it into a sandwich. I don't know why I did it, but I did. So, so I don't have traditional faith. I do have a traditional faith, humanism, but why do I say that? Um, Humanism is just ethics, friendliness, the good parts of the Bible, like love your neighbor as yourself. Um, you know, well that says it all. Oh, and I'm also a human. I'm ordained humanist, spiritual humanist, and that's kind of why I named this channel this way. Not kind of why. That's why I I take it seriously because when people are like, "Oh, you signed up to some phony internet religion so you could marry your friends," and I just think, no, I take this seriously. I was looking for meaning after I had become disillusioned with my previous communities. And I think sometimes I'll do streams, and I mean, I would be open to having chats because I want to build a humanist community. And a humanist community is um, kind of like the biggest circle in a Venn diagram because you can be anything and be humanist, um, except harm people uh, repeatedly without learning to stop. And if that's your, you know, uh, there's so many words I hate, dogma, doctrine. Anyway, if that's part of your core values, hurting others, then no, you're not included under the umbrella or the big circle in the Venn diagram of humanism. But everyone else is. Well, and you know what? Even those people are because they are humans. So they're not believers. They're antithetical. Their views are antithetical to mine. But I still must love them. Um, and in terms of sort of justifying the use of force, yes, we do get to protect ourselves and our loved ones. But we can do, if that's the goal, that's what we should be doing and not doing all the punitive stuff that we do. and aggressive stuff and prejudice stuff. Hmm. That whole thing about humanism and religion was because I was going to say some words of thanks. I am trying to start a new religion. I want the people who, you know, who sign up for online ordinations to believe it, not to say, oh, this is just some bullshit. Do I offer online ordinations? No. Could I? This is delicious, by the way. Mm. I think when we're able to, when we have the time, when we have the available spoons, available focus, I think it is a nice tradition to think about. I didn't make this food, and numerous people worked on the process from all the origins of the ingredients to making it to me. And because of the way our society is structured, I don't know those people. And there certainly would have been a time when I would have interacted with, the baker, and that's also a way to know that the ingredients are quality. When you're the once mass marketing became possible, and you're no longer buying from someone that you have an in-person relationship with, that introduces the that increases the likelihood of being poisoned or ripped off. Um, so the poison part, there are government regulations, and also I bought these come from Publix, so Publix doesn't want that publicity. But all publicity is good publicity. No, no, I don't think so. Supermarket chain poisons customers. Supermarket bakery puts arsenic in the. All this is so good. Too sweet though. I might have been happy with a smaller size. Maybe I'll eat. Maybe I'll cut the rest in half for my portions. It's good to be mindful, and it's very difficult because of the entrancement that we're all under with the onslaught of media. Thinking requires downtime and silence. Um, one of my favorite examples is looking for something. I find I get much better results when I stop looking. Because for me, the act of looking is extremely stressful, and it to the point that it inhibits thinking. There's a piece of paper at the food charity where I got all this today, and they ask demographic questions that I'm sure goes into their somehow relates to their funding, their existence depends on keeping track, because you can't just do good. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but if you remember, I started out by saying the best way to help people is just to freely help everybody and not keep track of things. I think that, like I talked about starting a church, but I don't want to make money. I don't want to have a board of directors. I don't want to, I mean, um, that's like a business, not a church. Churches are businesses. Well, I don't want that. I don't want a hierarchy. I'm against that. It's my it's my invention to spell human is some, human is some, uh, currently accessible at humanisso.me. Is that a tangent worth going down? I'll save you that one about domain registration. I'm not there yet anyway, but I would love to give to y'all, to anyone, um, my concepts of plans for humanist rights, rights, services. I would love to be able to transmit and record humanist services that I make up. So I do say I am trying to found a religion. Well, I don't like the word religion. It's a spiritual practice, and I'm doing it foremost for me. But because I have chosen to call myself an artist, I include sharing the work that I do for me. I share it with thee, with thou, with yous guys. Y'all means all y'all. Y'all. it can be so difficult to do an original thing because there are other versions of the same or similar thing, and it's easy to easier to copy existing things than make up something totally new. And no, forget easy, scratch that, or easier or whatever. It's impossible to make up something totally new. That's not the way uh, existence works. Everything comes from something. This painting says, can you see words underneath it?
No.
If so, write your guess in the chat. Now, that would be fun if I had a community, but I want to be careful with even a word like I want to, even a phrasing like I want to have a community. That expression kind of follows the fame model that, you know, like I say, pre-existing models are easy to follow. Going your own way is not easy. So for me, it's important if I say I want followers or I would like a community, um, it's important for me that it not be um, for the sake of numbers. I mean, I want a community. And in terms of have being followed or being an artist or I mean, I know an influencer is somebody with a lot of followers, but someone has called me an influencer before because it's literally true that I've had influence on people that I interact with. I presume if you're putting things on social media, you're influencing the thoughts of others, the feelings of others. You know how sometimes people will say, I can't cook for myself. You've probably heard somebody say that. I can cook for other people and put a lot of, effort into it and love it, but when it's just me, I can't, it doesn't feel I'm not motivated and I just, pick something up or heat, do okay. So in my case, my love of food, I can cook for myself. Uh, I have a hard time cleaning up after myself, and that may be part of what other people are saying because I think most people, most people include cleanup in the cooking. It's all one process. They wouldn't cook without cleaning up afterwards, but maybe most people, I don't know. But I also know that there's a lot of people who struggle to stay on top of their housework like I do. So I no longer have any other job or career besides artist, which is why if you could support me on Patreon or Ko-Fi Coffee or Venmo or PayPal or LibrePay, it would be really great. And the support link is at www.humanisso.me. But not having a job outside of art. Can you tell I'm stalling? So the reason things are edited is that it's hard to focus. It's hard to speak up extemporaneously and remain focused without a script or editing. And it's difficult to watch someone talk in this way and follow along. So if you are hearing the sound of my voice, I thank you because you're going towards me. You're coming towards me. You're making a friendly gesture by being patient with my process. And I think well made, well produced art and entertainment and lectures and, you know, textbooks and television programs and the news and, well, you get my point. Um, it's really good that those things exist. For example, even as messy as my paintings are, I don't usually paint from start to finish, uh, like all at once. I can because there's no pattern, there's no predetermined goal other than the experience. So, like I've done live paintings at a couple of events, and I was happy with them at the end. But within that process, there were moments of stopping, pausing, thinking, making a change. Usually, usually, I mean, probably always. Before something, before a work is finished, even though it, excuse me, completed, um, named, birthed, I don't know. But before I, well, maybe it is important for me to know what I call it. Uh, what am I thinking about? I said, oh, I started out by saying I overthink words, but I want to. This is part of my self therapy. And if you're along, uh, well, both, thank you and you're welcome. Uh, I want to improve the words that I use because that changes the way I conceive of the world. And I have been um, doing things, I've been making my life harder by the way I think. Um, coming up with the right word for what I'm working on now isn't the most, the highest priority, but I'd like to know what I really mean because I mean just a really stupid example, but people will say like, "Oh, I've got a bunch of shit in a storage unit." Well, I get it; it's an expression, hee hee ha ha. But if you really think it's shit, then you shouldn't. Then you probably have conflict. You probably feel conflict over the fact that you're paying money to a storage unit for something that you call shit. So there's training going on when we speak to ourselves, and if you say that, you're probably the least likely to go and look through it and make the decisions that you want to make. If the reason, when you put them in there, you had some idea of what you were going to do. But by calling it shit, Um, you don't want to go wade through shit. You don't want to go touch a bunch of shit. It's a task that people dread, going and cleaning out their storage unit, looking through it. Um, so instead of using that really quick shorthand, I got a bunch of shit, or even stuff. I mean, obviously, shit's a lot worse, but how about I have a storage unit and I'll say what's in it? I have paintings that are too large for my house. I have a vintage desk that's huge and high quality. I have a very interesting, uh, maybe antique chair. I have, and then I have some of my own personal uh, records and whatever souvenirs of my life. And then I have things that I don't know that relate to my mother's home that she moved out of. And that is pretty much what's in the storage unit. So by saying that, I already have more respect for what's in there and more interest in going to look through it. And if I'm talking to somebody who isn't, you know, um, who doesn't have, I do avoid the most natural phrasing because I'm always looking for the one I really mean. And that can be tiring. I can just say it the sloppy way. If I'm talking to somebody in real life, somebody who doesn't have the patience to watch a 2 hour stream, I could still say, um, you know, I could still say, oh, I have a storage unit with things saved from my mother, uh, things. I have a storage unit. I'm trying to avoid saying stuff and shit. I'm teaching myself. I am talking to you, but I want to emphasize the difference between. So if my focus is performance and you and entertainment, then I'm not going to be able to um, do any new learning. I'm not. If my focus is entertaining to entertain and perform, and yeah, entertain you, keep your attention, then I have to do stuff that's pre-organized and tried and true. And I mean, sometimes kind of whatever. You get what I'm saying? All right. So, but if I think that I'm working on myself, then I can take the time and show you the process of how I want to change, how I want to improve. And I want to improve by having a healthy description for all of the items that I continue to own that came from family and past houses and my own past. And I want to find a way to speak about that with respect because otherwise, why do I have the stuff? And otherwise, why, that just makes me, um, I, in order for me to stop being someone who doesn't make good decisions and doesn't get things done and hoards and, you know, in order for me to change from that, language is how I train myself. So the word heirlooms just came to mind. Now that's sort of fancy. If I think about what's in that storage unit, they're not heirlooms mostly. Now, souvenirs, like life souvenirs, maybe. Souvenir means, I believe, means remember in French. In my storage unit, there are some personal items from my mother's, when my mother sold her house and when I sold my house. There are a couple of vintage or antique pieces of furniture, and there are my paintings that are too big for anywhere else. I don't even remember what the first that's something new. I just created something new. That phrasing is a new thing that I want to learn. And I've already forgotten it, but I recorded it. But also, just like I said, looking for something requires stop looking. Like to look for something, you must stop looking. When I got when I went to the food pantry charity, there's a piece of paper with my sort of demographic information on it that they use. Like I said, I'm sure it's for their funding. Not demographic as in white man, but like how many in your household? Is anyone disabled? Is anyone a veteran? Uh, how many children? That might be. And what zip code do you live in? I don't object to them getting this information. I don't like the fact that they also took my name. I don't think that's necessary. I don't understand it. It's just my name and my zip code, but it's not like contact information, like they're going to call me and have some ideas of how to help me. So probably some stupid regulation. Like they last week, I mean, the woman was asking for IDs, and I know it's because she wanted to spell. She just wanted to get the name information, uh, but I didn't like that. So I lied and said that I had forgotten it because the previous person said he didn't have one. And so she still took down the information, but I lied because I just didn't want to show her my ID. Something about that felt not good. But she gave me the piece of paper with my, you know, demographic information on it. And is that maybe the characteristics of my household with my household information on it? And so then I took the paper back and check in. I guess whether it's accents or people talking and they can't understand, I guess they just wanted it on a piece of paper because they still so they take down all the information that they would have asked me, but they get it off of a piece of paper. And somehow that's better, and they like that. And they like us to keep track of the paper. This is the I got it the last time I went. I got the paper. I lied about my ID. Didn't seem to matter. I could have made up a fake name, but I didn't. Because maybe they'll find this channel and they'll know I don't like those grapes. I was prepared. This is referencing my stream earlier today. If if they had given me those grapes that are called like candy sweets, I was going to say I think someone else might enjoy these more. Um, they're not my favorite. I ended up using them in cooking instead of snacking on them. I haven't done that yet, but I think I could. There's like a recipe Veronique that uses grapes. Um, I threw some grapes in the pan when I was making pancakes, and heating them up did make them more palatable for me. This is me. I'm trying to avoid wasting free food. I don't personally like this variety candy sweets that's been engineered to be candy sweet. Uh, so, in terms of, I mean, maybe I just would be better off not using it even as an ingredient, but I wonder if I could make my own raisins or like make my own jam or jelly. I was given free food. I prefer never to waste anything. So, thank you, Publix, for these cupcakes 2 days past their sell by date. And thank you, even better, more than Publix, because what I just described, they couldn't sell them anyway. I don't know. Sorry, I'm being in the chain of people to thank. I think the richest, the Publix, deserves the least amount of thanks. I just do. They're probably doing it for some sort of tax write-off or something. But I mean, I'm grateful that they gave them because they make good cupcakes. But I'm not grateful at the way Publix treats its workers or the communities in which it resides, et cetera, et cetera. So, more importantly, my blessing, I don't like that word. My prayer, I don't like that word. My, what does grace mean? That sounds nice. My grace before meal, before snack, during snack, after snack, is to thank the least who made this. You know what I mean? There are people involved in every word on this. Ingredients, sugar. Someone or someone operating a machine, well, I mean, someone grew the sugar, someone harvested the sugar, someone carried the sugar, someone processed the sugar. All that stuff I don't know. Packaging, getting it to me. And that's just the first ingredient. And then the second one is cream cheese. So think of the animals and the people who care for the animals and so there's a lot involved before something comes into my life. And if I can say a grace, I want to extend a grace to the people who did the hardest work that was the least thanked and the least repaid. And I want to send a grace to the friendly faces that gave this to me at a little, not so little, church down the street. So when I eat these, that's my intention, is to think of the people who have been the least rewarded in in the process of getting this to me. The volunteers who I don't think I don't know the corporate structure or the nonprofit structure of the entity that gets me this food. But I presume that every face that I greeted and smiled with and talked to was a volunteer. Um, it's always possible that one or two might be paid if they, you know, it's a job, whatever. It's fine. But I'm grateful to them and to the people who played the part in making the food who are not well compensated. And that's more important than associating a thing with a brand for me. That's more spiritual, more meaningful for me to think of the people who make something happen, who brings, who create something into existence. What if this self-cleaning oven I should have put a thermometer in there, that would have been funny, but maybe it would have broke. Um, what if I have a new follower? Thank you. What if the self-cleaning oven? Oh, right. What if it's making fumes, and that's why and it's affecting my brain, and that's why this stream is the way it is. What if? So I have had a. So again, if my main purpose is entertaining you, then I'm failing. But my main purpose is actually just attesting to the way life is. And the way life is having a thought and being distracted by that thought. Now, can you still hear me? Now, that's an interesting uh, question. If there's anyone watching, tell me if you can hear me. Uh, Either way, I'll probably go on talking. Oh, ooh, only 41 minutes left on my self-cleaning oven cycle. I'm going to turn on the interior light. Oh, there it is. Oh boy. I kind of don't buy it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to leave my oven especially clean. If you if you could and can still make out what I'm saying, um, that's good. And if you cannot, well, if you cannot now, it doesn't matter. But if you couldn't make out what I was saying while I had the mask on, it was just about the oven, basically. So, okay. This stuff's a little bit sticky because it's got aloe gel in it. Maybe I prefer this one. Yeah, but it's still good. Yeah, I do prefer that one. But I still have some of the gel on my hands. Ugh, now they smell like, what would somebody say? Like some weird thing. A French whorehouse. People say such strange things, and many times it's like racist or something. So I don't remember precisely what I was saying when I interrupted myself. And that's not a way that we present, that we present, that we communicate. We don't do that because, as I said earlier, it's hard for me to focus and it's hard for anyone listening, watching, the recipient of communication. It's hard to focus when someone is permitting their ADHD or unrelated thoughts, wandering thoughts, when someone is giving in to those, that's really hard to follow, both for the person doing it and for the person receiving it. And the solution sometimes is, well, take a med or, just focus and concentrate um, and so believe me, like I could give a presentation and stick to the topic. This, I'm giving a presentation right now, but what I'm presenting is not just what I'm saying, but the way that I'm deciding to say it or how I experience thought. I'm just attempting to narrate my thoughts. They're not the same thoughts I would be having if this were turned off. Um, but I said, an hour ago that I do have some streams like that where I call it streams of consciousness, and I I try to narrate my thoughts completely and not talk to an audience. And these are things that interest me, not for attention, but for improvement. Any desire that I do have for attention is based on my, like, why am I doing this in the first place? The talking, the art. Because I'm trying to find a path of self-improvement, and I'm trying to find a new path that works for me, that feels right for me. And I want to share that because maybe I'm not the only one who thinks and feels the way that I do. And it's really hard to know. It's impossible to know. We can never know the feelings, the mind of another. We just can't. We can, because even if we have, I guess the word is empathy, but even if we have a really strong connection, there is, it's never it's not a merger, it's not an overlap. And to presume, that you know what someone else feels and thinks and their experience, to presume that completely is, it's dangerous. It invites room for error, like that can be very harmful. um, I don't know if I like my voice. Um, Now, am I saying that because of like gay fear? Because I just think that I would be more, I would like myself more if I sounded like Cary Grant. Cary Grant? Let me think. I can't think of a name right now, but just someone with a really great, soft, smooth, deep voice. I used to do a radio show in college, and some people, I mean, that's another thing. I was on in the middle of the night, I, um, but people were hearing, but I had no concept that people were hearing what I was saying. I couldn't know either way until sometimes people called in for a request. And one person who did was just talking about how soothing I was, um, and back then I probably wasn't going too far off script, meaning that I had certain tasks and certain things that I had to say, but I put my personality in here and there. And I think somebody said they thought I was really high, and I never did that stuff back then. I'm thinking of doing it right now. But yeah, I would like to have a deeper voice. I would like to have, I mean, who wouldn't want like James Earl Jones's voice uh, but I could think of someone that would be my favorite, but it's not important. And then it even becomes, so do you ever think that having preferences is also prejudice? Uh, Much earlier, I was talking about the judgment passed on people with bad teeth, missing teeth, whatever. We are prejudiced against the ugly, what we consider to be ugly. I think the way to improve is to alter the perception, alter the what my concept of attractive and whatever is. But in any event, people out in the world do not exist to please me. That should not be, um, the I I can't put expectations or requirements on people in order for me to be kind and respect them, and that just doesn't work. So then if I say, like, well, beauty or attraction and all that stuff, oh, it's prejudice. Um, and then people, I mean, oh, it's getting bright enough that it's been a long time since I've recorded a video with my indoor glasses. They're tinted less than outside than my other glasses. And also, they're a gift from a female friend of mine. So they are uh, not considered men's glasses. So they're fun for me to wear in the safety of my own home. So, like, we do things um, to fit in, to meet society's standards, and to not be hurt. And um, I mean, the odds are low with my skin color, my beard, my gender, um, my size, my whiteness. Did I say that already? The odds are low that I'm going to be uh, attacked if I went out in these. But those standards are culturally variable, they're culturally determined. So when I travel to Miami, South Beach, I could wear these, but I usually wear. I may not be able to find them. I'm only going to look a couple of places. and I'm teaching myself something. I'm teaching myself that by looking, okay, think about this. I was talking about looking for things earlier. By looking and not finding something, we are, it's not a condition of being in constant failure until you find, until you find the thing. Um, it's learning, like I'm opening drawers and learning what's in them. But also, it's, I've already learned, like it's teaching. Um, when I do find this thing, I ought to move it into the first drawer that I went to because that seems to be where I think it should go. So, you know what I'm saying? So I just found it in, you know, two drawers away. And I think my normal uh, habitual behavior would be to go put it back into the one it was in as though it's like, oh, that's where I keep it. And I think it's a better idea to go and put it into the first one I looked for it in. So these are my South Beach, Miami glasses. And they are a souvenir of my ridiculous lifestyle when I would pay, I'm sure, more than $200 for some cheap plastic with Gucci branding. However, just like when I was thanking for the food and I have cynicism about the public's part, there is still good in the people baking and the giving of it to this charity. So I try to, I do get burdened. I think this is another thing that I've heard from other people too. I do get burdened when I think that every object that I interact with has a history, and that history is oppression and the you know at the hand oppression. Everything that we touch where we live, is a product of oppression at the hands of a very small number of people. Very small number of people compared to like people who profit and do well. Looking at the entire world, that's a small sliver compared to the number of people who aren't making it, who are suffering. So, if I'm having this conversation, and these are the first times that I've said some of these things, this is how thought develops. This is why this is more of a practice and an exercise than it is a typical YouTube video. I'm saying what I think I believe. I'm figuring out what I believe as I'm saying it. I'm not presenting I'm right. This is these are the way things should be. But if it's true, as I feel that it is, that everything that we touch bears the weight of oppression at the hands of a sliver of people worldwide, this is me going around the globe, who are much smaller than the number of people who are suffering. Right. So I'm imagining this in a debate. And so the next this is how, ideas are tested. So I say, well, there are a lot of people at it's not just a tiny sliver. Like, you just read something that the UN estimates 10% of the world are like in extreme poverty, suffering. Okay. And you don't think 10% of the world are really doing well? Well, just make, let me clarify what I actually think. I think to say that 10% of the world are living in extreme poverty is not a sufficient, um, does not sufficiently or accurately represent the people who are suffering. It's like saying you have to be starving on the street to be considered in need. And I say no. So I'm also talking in a general sense. Um, I would love for there to be studies, and maybe there are, and I could look them up. Oh, I don't like talking like that. um, oh, no, no. My usual cop out is I'm an artist. This is this is feelings, not research. But if you know research on this topic, either backing me up or giving me an opportunity to learn by being wrong, then please send it. But it is definitely my supposition, because I consider myself suffering. Why am I suffering? I have many things that were free that I didn't work for. The food I just picked up, and basically all the money I've ever had, in a way. I have worked, but I always felt that I didn't deserve. I never felt respected. I never felt yeah, I never felt self-respect in any job. Maybe briefly here and there, but in the whole, the experience as a whole was spiritually diminishing. And that's what work, the kinds of jobs, the kinds of work I could get felt like. And that makes me suffer financially without, so yes, I'm getting things free, but then I have such a small amount that I try not to buy anything um, unnecessary. And so that is why I got so excited having cupcakes, because 6.99, I just wouldn't. I would wait. I would want them. I would want to like wait for them to go on sale to justify buying it, even though 6.99 doesn't sound like that much. But I know that there are these apple fritters at Walmart that I like, and I think they're $1.50 or $2. So, so for me to define what I'm describing as suffering is a specific type of definition, and not one that meets, UN or US or Florida standards. And it's been difficult for me to accept terms like disability, that I have a disability or multiple ones. It was difficult for me to accept when I first went to therapy, I still felt that that meant something, hmm, like having bad teeth, that it was a failing. It meant I was substandard. And I continue to struggle with such things as I don't earn money and live off the kindness of emotional strangers. So the difficulty I have with terms like disability, mental illness, I thought there was a third thing. So this is like therapy, and I'm having better experiences doing this than I had in therapy because in therapy, there is still another person, and you are having more of a conversation than I'm having right now. Yes, I'm acknowledging, I mean, this is new-ish for me on this channel, that I'm acknowledging that I would like there to be an audience. I'm presuming someone else will see this. And I didn't do that for a long time because like I'm not assuming someone's watching it right now. I have to put that out of my head in order to function. So everything I share on every platform, I have to feel that it's worth it to do it with or without feedback or without receiving, without without money, without likes, without whatever, like those. I have to believe in what I do. Like I painted this without thinking of a buyer, that kind of thing. And then someone did buy it, but it was someone far away who lives in a small space. And we talked about it many times, and there were never arrangements made for delivery. And because of who this person is, I felt that, um, well, two things. I felt that she wanted to give me money because she likes my art for the most part, and possibly she wanted to take this one off the market. I don't know. Maybe I'm pretty sure she likes orange. So maybe it was, I mean, I think she's sincere in she really likes my painting style. Um, but when I say like, oh, maybe she just wanted to get it off the market. Um, so this is someone, why am I being cagey? I remember because I use my, social media with under the, oh God. Do you remember, because it was just a few minutes ago, when I said, and I was just describing the difference between talking to someone and talking as my self therapy. And I was just, I was going to, I was finding myself too far into the storytelling, too far away from the self therapy in that moment just now. And I felt tired because there's a work that we do in socializing. And some people do seem to never tire of it. And some of us are very, I always have to think about how I bend. Some of us are very vulnerable to, like in terms of, if I had a director, I wouldn't say, crop it right there. I would not do that. I'm the director. Yeah, I could move the chair, but I'm going to tilt this. Show more painting. Ooh. I was explaining, I started explaining more than I was getting away from my feelings, my current feelings. So that's an insight because I want to have small groups here of emotional processing. And I tried something in the spring, or maybe it was late winter. I mean, if I go by uh, the weather, it was spring. I like those. I like those dates, those things, those seasons, those solstices, those equinoxes. I like them for the sun, knowing and understanding the path of the sun. But for seasons, I like using the weather. So we're in late summer here until the weather breaks. Fall has not arrived. Doesn't matter what the calendar says. In a way. So so I'm trying a hybrid of acknowledging and addressing and uh, not expecting viewers, but uh, being willing to say, I would like an audience. I'm doing this for me, but I'm sharing it and keeping it online because I want to make connections with others. So I don't want fame. Not that I think what I'm doing, not that I think there's any risk of that. I'm simply saying that um, I'm just wrestling with attention seeking and right. So I'm not, hmm, like I'd rather describe myself as attention appreciating than attention seeking. attention testing, attention exercising, attention stretching, attention extending. That's my goal for what I'm doing, for me and for thee. I've been saying thee instead of you because I like it. If I say I'm doing this for me and thee, the thee could be the internet, the website where I'm going to store it, and any and all people. Thee can be anything, me and thee. Um, for the sake of a more accommodating and friendly world, I think it's good to experiment with new words, new concepts, new pronouns. Um, because if I start saying thee and thou, even though I realize that those come from religious and like aristocratic or whatever origins, I don't know. I don't study anything. I'm an artist, just feelings. But I don't think they're so bad, thee and thou. Like I think sir is worse when people are like, oh, it's Sir Patrick Stewart. I'm like, I don't live in that monarchy. I don't care about some lifetime title, but not after what he did with Picard. That show was terrible. That's just a beef, a peeve, a pet beef, a peeve I have with my country, which is of the. Now, except for Dame Edna, now that I accept because it's satirical. It's a performance. It's a stage name. But Dame Judy Dench still alive? I believe so. But Dame Maggie Smith died recently. And now, if you're living in or a publication in the UK, I guess that's a decision that you have to make. Um, our New York Times style guide calls everyone like Mr. Trump, Mr. Biden. Um, I believe. Um, and I like that. Uh, most journalistic writing nowadays will say something like, we'll just not say Mr. They would say, the most famous boxer of all time is Muhammad Ali. Ali was alive during do, or Ali 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 was the blank blank champion. Um, most journalistic standards say no titles, and the New York Times says Mr. or Ms. or whatever. What did they say about children? Do they write stories about children? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I've made that clear multiple times. I just talk what I think, what I feel. There's the rules were you weren't going to fact check. So whenever I do dream of like, oh, I have an audience, I do allow myself to have fun, silly thoughts like, oh, this is going to be on the internet. Internet? You're on it right now. The internet, you're soaking in it. I've always been hyperfixated on ads. I did a bunch of parodies, ad parodies in my 90s, in the 90s, for humor. Humor. And oh my God, I'm going to have to rejoin Facebook. I just remembered communities that I'm completely cut off from that I used to enjoy. Do you hate Facebook? I was a superpower user from the first moment that I was allowed to join with my alumni Princeton email address. Well, why don't you just tell them your password too? Well, I don't need to because somebody got a hold of it in one of the, it was hacked. And by the time I noticed, I couldn't get back on. And I couldn't reclaim it. I couldn't report anything. And um, what was I saying? I was just now imagining writing to Facebook customer service. See, I was trying to avoid doing that. And I hated the company so much, hated my experience on it, and literally hate the company for sure. I would break it up, federate it. Lena Khan, think about it. Uh, oh my God, what if she ran for president? Oh, big corporations would be so against her. It's funny because I don't know anything about where she came from, but I heard she was confirmed like 96 in the Senate, something over 90%. And now Democrats and obviously Republicans really dislike her because she is consumer focused and not afraid. She's using the power of the government I mean, she's suing Google. There's just so much happening. I mean, some of that stuff might have been in the works for a long time, but I know that she has taken enforcement more seriously, and that is something that should be funded. So, see, conservatives have got us in this mindset that the government is not us, it's another entity that is oppressing us, even as they ask to be, voted to be a part of it. Um, it's why they can't function when they have the power because they don't believe in the legitimacy of the power. Now, do I really mean that? Does that hold true because Republicans actually do plenty of power overreaches? Yeah, but they clearly there's a disconnect. They don't believe that voters are what give legitimacy to power because they believe that they should have the power either way, no matter who supports them. They are fascists, but they, um, I mean, how can I say they don't believe in yeah, they don't believe in the legitimacy of the system. They don't believe in democracy. So, um, and the way that so many conservatives get elected is through performance, personalities, um, saying things you don't believe in a debate for 90 minutes and not thinking that there's anything weird or wrong about that because you know that it's in service of getting power, and that's what matters. I realize if I were writing a book, it's not very clear that I'm saying that I'm I haven't figured it out yet, and it'll probably come to me like when I'm sleeping or something. But what I'm saying is Republicans don't exercise power um, effectively, like um, to solve problems, because they don't believe in the legitimacy of power bestowed by democratic means. So they don't. I don't believe that they have a conception of we're here to work together to figure things out and fix it in a way that the largest number of people will be happy. I do not think that's a Republican conception of government at all. I think a Republican conception of government is this is a fight. We have to, by any means necessary, retain as much power as possible, by any means necessary, changing laws and flouting the laws and you know the goal is not greater democracy. The goal is to keep on to the power so that the, and in parentheses, they must realize the majority so that the majority is kept down. That has to be the core Republican uh, concept of power in this country. That it is deserved by I don't know what birthright or income or school. I mean, they're not very respect. Half of them went to Yale, but they're not very respectful of higher education or any education. So everything I'm saying, if I'm having a debate or an argument, somebody could say, "Well, you're obviously extremely left wing. You don't even, you're not speaking about, uh, you're not taking the other side seriously, or I'm I'm prejudiced, or I'm whatever." I don't know. I don't know what they say. I stopped. I used to watch a lot of conservative right wing stuff just to kind of monitor it. But I didn't. That I stopped that a long time ago. It's not very healthy. But I know. I mean, I see clips on other shows and stuff, and to me, they're talking nonsense nonstop. Um, I think they I think everything that conservative media ever says is engineered to gain power, to gain advantage. I think every communication is a war message, is a, I'm not saying it's all a deception, although I kind of think that it is, but I'm saying, well, because yeah, what was I talking about earlier? Like I can conduct this recording as a performance where I'm focused on being liked, retaining viewers. Like I had two, now I have one, supposedly. I could feel, like heartbreak. Um, and I could change and I could do, I could design everything to please. Or what I can do what I'm doing, which is this is a project that I'm defining the parameters and how it goes. And for me to think about uh, gaining followers or money changes the project, whether it's the art I make, or the talking art I make, which is just what's my art? My art is life. I'm just demonstrating reasoning, how reasoning works inside my head. And I'll even say emotional reasoning. Let's have it. Let's have them both together. So the analogy I'm making is that in some way, the Democratic way, is to do what I'm doing, which is to want to come to solutions, to want to engage in discourse, to learn, to make improvements. And I'm saying that the Republican mindset is similar to if I were doing everything for likes. So I believe, every utterance, every position, I mean, they have, it's it's performative. No, wait. Mm. Well, it is. But that word, put an asterisk, put it on the list. I'll talk about that someday. Um, it's sometimes referred to as like putting party over country or country over party. Um, the Republicans retain the high level of power that they do because they always put party first. If a Democrat takes a position on something, it is like definitionally the Republican will take a different position because they don't see any advantage to agreeing. They are supposed to contrast so that they are put in power, not the Democrats. Again, this is just my speculation, but I do not believe that the current Republican Party believes in democracy, period. And the Democratic Party, in this case, is aptly named because I do think that they, for the most part, believe in democracy. And it's sort of like pockets within the party. Um, so, like, it really used to get me down that no matter how I voted, my elected representatives are Republican governor of my state and probably all those other statewide offices, including my senators, Rick Scott. Please vote. If anyone's watching this in Florida, please vote Democratic all the way down. Debbie Mercasell Powell, I don't know anything about her, but she's better than Rick Scott because she's on the Democratic team. So what I just said sounds like, well, you're the one who's putting party over country. And all I can say is I assure you that I'm not. I want to empower the Democratic team so that the variety of people within it can reach decisions that actually address problems. Because I believe that the Republican Party is so much of a sideshow that they have no interest in solving community problems. For whatever reason, results are uncoupled from winning elections or, yeah, well, I mean, results are rarely reported in the media. Put that up there on next to what was the word I just said? Performative, the media. Every time I do one of these, I'd like to have a thing set up where I write stuff I'll get back to. Yes, it's on tape. Yes, it's recorded, but am I really going to watch all the way to 244? Just remember, go to 242, and you'll remember the two asterisk things. So that's a memory helper that I just did. I could try to keep those words in my mind, and I do remember them now. Do I? Performative, and I may have forgotten. But it's easier for me to remember 242, and I'll go and I'll get the list, and I will remember that. Uh, Memory and finding things. Okay, I took a walk this morning, and the public library near my house, the public library closest to my house, which is lovely and cute. I walked by it. It was not open. It was like 5 in the morning. But I looked at their hours, and libraries used to be more funded before, Republicans took over my corner of the world. But anyway, so they have kooky hours. At least, they used to have worse ones, and at least they're open every day except Sunday, which, Sunday would be a nice day to go to the library, so that's kind of shitty. But I guess they're really religious at the library. But it is hot. Shit. Is the oven in flames? Hold on. Oh, I forgot to put on my. All right, it's okay. What? Oh, I think it's done. I think it's finished its cycle. Did it beep? I'm gonna. Okay, I just changed my noise canceling setting, so now I'm here to pass through. So now I'm hearing all the noises just to be aware of. I was using the self clean setting on my oven, which I've never done before. And according to Technology Connections, I think it was them. I don't know. I watched it. I wanted to learn about it before I did it because I've never done it and I've never learned any life skills and I've never been around anyone who did anything useful. And all of that's probably true. So I watched a video and I think they said that, I mean, I don't know, but the oven goes up to some insane temperature like 600 or whatever. Is that even possible? It goes into Kelvin. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not science. I'm art. And it's supposed to incinerate anything inside, and then I can wipe it out or vacuum it out and maybe have a clean oven. I don't know. I don't know if I believe it, but we'll see. It's like, so if you have ADHD, you might know the feeling of anxiety when you know that you're way off from your point, that you were in the middle of a point and then you lost it. Now, I haven't really lost it because I know I was talking about Republicans and Democrats, but I definitely couldn't complete the sentence or paragraph that I was writing, spewing. So there's some anxiety that comes with that. Now, the anxiety can be just for my own sake, like, oh, I lost that train of thought. I'll never have that back again. Or I'm trying to think of, well, like creative people sometimes will feel the need to jot something down while they're while they remember it, while they're thinking about it. And then, and then when I was a kid or whatever, if I was ever upset at losing a train of thought, I can recall people saying, if it's important, you'll remember it if it's important. And I always thought that's bullshit. Um, but it is true in a way. No, it's the phrasing that's wrong. It's the phrasing that's wrong. You'll remember it if it's important versus it's only important if you remember it. I mean, that's probably saying the same thing. If it's important, you'll remember it. But I'm saying your mind will tell you. Trust your mind. Sometime, when your mind has time, it will retrieve what's important. And there is no benefit in attaching anxiety to what just happened. I don't have to remember, don't have to remember, and I don't have to determine the level of importance of the thing that I don't remember. So I don't have to fret about it. I can let it go. And I'm thinking now, like, so the phrase, if it's important, you'll remember it, that I didn't like, I think I don't like it because I'm still anxious in the sense of, well, I wonder if it will be important or not. I wonder if it will work. I wonder if, so I'm still from the frame of mind of, I wonder if I'll retrieve it. And it's just tone of voice, but like, I could just say, I wonder if I'll retrieve it. Because if I do someday, then that's when it'll matter. But right now, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is that I forgot doesn't matter right now. So, as I said, um, I'm not performing. It would matter if I were performing. Then it would be seen as I'm not respecting your time because I'm not putting on stuff that matters. Get what I'm saying? I'm making the meta choice of saying that it's worthwhile. I like that better than matters. It is worthwhile for me and maybe someone else somewhere. It is worthwhile to record the way my thinking process progresses, works, proceeds. My process proceeds. I have made the decision that that is worth documenting and recording. And it is not because it's me. It is not because my brain thoughts are better. It's not because I deserve eyeballs and attention and recognition. I have determined that sharing the way thinking really works, looks, and feels, I have determined that that is worth sharing because I don't see it. I haven't seen it. another asterisk, media, 255. So we're throwing away 242. Oh no, we need both because I'm not going to say what those other two are. 242, 255. I can remember two numbers. Oh yeah, I was talking about the library. I will get back to it. Media is a scary booga booga word. The media. The medium is the message. Media, so, I don't know if a better term might be broadcasting because because it's the middle name of all the TV networks. Broadcasting. Earlier, when I was talking about the food, I said that this is like, this is akin to broadcasting. This is removed from, I don't know the bakers. I don't know, like if I go, there's a community bakery I love. They don't make, well, they probably make cupcakes. Um, and based on what I do know about the community bakery that I like, I might love it. I'd probably need to do more research. I like them. I like the choices they make. I believe that they treat their workers equitably. I believe that they would carry that same concern for the world and the community. We'll start with the community. Community is the reason to be concerned with the world. Having relationships is how we, you know, reinforce that um, the world is more than just me. The world is worth treating well. We we know that because of our own community. We can't stop. We can't help being social creatures. Because we are. And like for me, I mean, I'm standing. I wouldn't be not. Everything. I talked earlier about how everything we touch is connected to oppression, and it is. But also, everything we touch is connected to this, like, can I say the word miraculous? Humanity has made things for me. Like, I was putting these down for how much they cost and what, how ridiculous that is. But I do actually like them. I was like, oh, it's cheap plastic. They're very light and they don't hurt like a lot. The glasses I wear day to day are free glasses, like from charity uh, fairs and stuff. Whatever word I'm trying to say. And because I don't have money and I don't want to lose or break, and I seem to eventually lose and or break all my glasses. I could do a project while I'm talking. I could find super glue and see if I can fix a pair of glasses that I like. But I know, I mean, they receive so much that they probably won't, that they'll probably break again. But I like them, so it's worth trying to repair them. But maybe not today. I'm, I don't feel like I have the energy to attempt something with such a low success probability. And recognizing that is good. It's not like, oh, I'm so lazy. I don't want to do a project. I'm going to do something else with that time. And even so last week and for several weeks, my main activity has been lying in bed and feeling terrible. And there's a part of me that's the mean, um, I don't know. I could do a personification. Like, it's not just my mother. It's Momerica. So the Momerica voice says, "You're lazy, get up. You know you'll feel better if you get up. Uh, you're not getting anything done. You're wasting your life. You're going down the tubes. You're going to end up on the streets. This could be a song. This could be a song. This could be a motherfucking song." But it'll end up being a painting instead. Yeah, I might. This is a idea I'm floating. I might, and I don't need to note the time because I won't forget it. I might end up calling my mean voice Mamerica because it's like I'm not blaming my mom for everything. Sh I was raised by one parent, so there wasn't much else. I mean, my mother was the influence, the main influence on me. Well, well, she was second to TV, but uh, back to broadcasting in a minute. She Maybe what I'm documenting are, those like late night conversations between two friends that feel so rewarding. Oh my gosh, this is a new way of me for me looking at this channel. I know I'm not the only person who's ever had those because I've been in them with other people. So, um, even though it's just me, in a way, that's what I'm also replicating. I was about to say attempting to replicate. I never thought of that. So that wasn't the goal. But you ever get that in that flow where it's like time stops and I mean there could be drinking or drugs involved, but more often I think not. It's like late weird conversations in the dorm that you didn't mean to go so late, but you just couldn't stop talking. That was uh, that happened a lot in my college experience, and it's something that I treasure more than even though I've had so many conversations I can't remember all the people, and I'm not in constant touch with very many, and that sucks. I mean that maybe that's why I'm reproducing it now without another person because it's all about me. uh, I struggle to form lasting connections with other humans. And again, it's related to my Mamerica caricature, my bad raising, because number one, she did not have any interest in promoting me to have relationships with my father or other adults, who might have helped. She didn't view it takes a village. She 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 didn't vote for Hillary, that's for sure. Um, she didn't. She probably hasn't felt the kind of community that I feel is needed and beneficial. She lived a very independent and singular life. She did. I know I'm doing this a lot. It would be great to have a like really good microphone sometimes. I have no idea how I'm sounding or even if the sound is going through. And either way, so this is where I can say this is for me. Oh yeah, I did this earlier. I remember now. I was just thinking, oh, my back hurts on the surface. I need to use that stuff. And then I remembered I did use that stuff. And that is a good way to compare it with this other brand that I think works a lot better. So now I'm going to use this other one and see. Like, So that when I if I were to rewatch this, I would have the time codes to know which topical treatment works better. Oh, what's the battery life? I do feel alone. Well, that was a nice lady to tell me it's about 70%. I'll try to mimic her, but it won't sound right through the microphone, I'm sure. And who am I kidding? I can't mimic. Battery, about 70%. So now that doesn't bother me, but there are some products that talk to us, and I don't like the way they talk. I don't use Siri at all. I lived for a time when either water damage or cracked or whatever, I had a phone that the screen didn't work. And I continued to use it. And I used Siri to make all my calls and read the messages to me and do other things. Mm, yeah, but how would you turn Siri on if you, well, there's a lesson learned. Keep Siri on in case that happens. No, if that happens now, I'm in a little bit of a different position. And I think there are at least two people that I could ask for a new phone from. So I live, this is in a way how I build community. People who give me things, yes, and people who I give things to. Uh, I was about to say that aren't material goods, but I do give paintings and uh, I do give some physical material things, but maybe not value. Well, what's value, I mean, I think my paintings, if any paintings should be worth millions, these should. Now, why do I say that? Is that ego? Is that arrogance? What is it about artists? Um, I mean, how can I really say that? Because I don't believe in ranking. Oh, so you're saying everything is equal. I'm saying that under my definition of art, this is the best art. That everything I do is the best that I can do within my value system because I remain true to my values, like True Value Hardware. Sorry, I can't help it. Well, I mean, I'm not sorry. This is just going to be a thing that happens on this channel that I say things from commercials from 30 years ago. I might want to do some art while we're talking. Oh, but this is so long. Should I stop it and do another one? No, this feels cohesive. This feels coherent. This feels Coachella. This feels copacetic. Oh, I love that. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. Now, this could be, I don't know how well you can see it, but this is a yellow disc and these black lines. These could be like birds flying the sunset or sunrise. I'm in a little bit of a feud with someone over whether the sunrise or sunset is better. Again, okay, yes, okay, perfect. Come back to the topic. The problem isn't is the sunrise or the sunset better. The problem is ranking. What fuck is with the ranking? Where did that come from? Why is it so hard for me to accept that things just be? And that is good. It's good that it just be. Good is another word on my asterisk. 310. Okay, so now I can't remember. It's 242, 255, and 310. But I do not believe that I will remember that for a long time. So I'll write it down. So I would have rather written the words down, but this is also fun. And this is a completed painting, so it gets moved. Although it could change. They all could change. Where do I want to write it? It's fun here. 242, 255, 310. Now, I'm going to do some calculations just for fun. These two feel closer together to me than these two. Are they? This is 10, this is 15 apart, right? 255 minus 15 is lower. These two are closer. I'm not good with math in my head. And so that it feels like there has to be a reason or something or someone to blame. Like, oh, I was poorly educated or I didn't do enough to know how to do math in my head. But instead of ranking and all this, good and bad, I can just acknowledge that um, the methods of teaching math that I experienced didn't work for me. Um, I mostly got, I mean, there were some classes in math that I did not get good grades in, but I mostly got good grades. Uh, but I didn't retain the ability to do math, and that's something I'd like to. I was about to say that's a shame. There's no reason to feel shame. It's just something for me to be aware of, and I want to improve. So 242 plus 15 is 257, and 255 plus 15 is 310. So for some reason, 255 and 310 felt closer together to me. Hmm. And that's just a feeling. That's interesting. But is it good programming? No. Maybe. All the stuff I'm doing, I just want to remember things that happened at those times. I mean, you know. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Well, maybe I should bring this to a close. Um, part of part of this process is recognizing that there isn't a, a stopping point because what I'm attempting to document, record, present, share is human thought process. And my thinking and learning will never end. So it is difficult to put stopping points in these recordings. Inevitably, I feel like, oh, that didn't, you know what I mean? That didn't go anywhere. That didn't, uh, well, whatever it is I'm saying, it's not important. It's, it's, just kind of like negative feelings. It's, only, it's just kind of like negative feelings. It's, only, it's just kind of like negative feelings. 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 It's just kind of like negative feelings Huh. I'll show you some paintings. So this one's interesting because the wire on the back goes this way. Oh, well, I do like it that way. I got confused for a minute. So I think because because I'm so desperate for sales, I like to have at least two options so that if someone buys it, um, and it doesn't fit their space in the first way that I had it, that they can turn it to a space to a orientation that I've already approved. Now, if you own something, you can display it any way that you want. But yeah, I think that's. Now let me see. I'm going to flip it. Well, that's not bad either. I've got my signature here, and it's oriented that way. Oh, well, let's see. Would I like it upside down? Some of them I honestly like all four ways. I go four ways. It's not bad. I might like that. And then back around to the official look. Is that too high? No. I that may not be my favorite anymore. I'm not sure. So when I display it on the website, turn the I'll let people see it every which way. Right now, well, this feels heavier and more threatening or uncertain to me than, let me see if that's true. Yeah, because this is the burst going up, and the other one was like there was more weight on the bottom. And then, so it's difficult for me to, I don't know how to, I'm going to leave it like this for a little bit. I don't think I like it in the official way anymore. So if anyone is watching this who owns a piece of my art, you have full permission to switch it up. I don't know if I'm going to change the title if I display it in a different orientation, but the now maybe I am because now I can't remember the title. Oh, it was called The Key to Unlock the Door. Now I do think I like that title, no matter which way is up, and that saves me having to make really different listings for the same painting. The Key to Unlock the Door is what this painting is called. Oh, I'm so silly. I was about to bring the painting to you. I can bring you to the painting. Hold on, we're going for a ride. Okay, so this is called The Key to Unlock the Door. Now, some of the notable things about this painting are uh, red magic marker in kind of a tag style. I love those fat magic markers, and magic markers fade. So this, plus the paints I use, might be what interacted with it and caused it to fade. What else is notable? this painting has a lot underneath it. And in fact, I think this is one that was someone that started as someone else's. So I'm nearly certain, and perhaps certainty might come to me later. As I say, that's how memory works. I believe in my ability to remember. I believe in my mind. Um, but it's also working on a lot of other stuff. So the information about the full history of this is not currently available. But I believe. So when I was in, okay, what are we going to do? Wow, that was cool. It was like cinematic or something. Portrait, I don't know. I used to work in a studio and it was just shared space. And a guy who was I thought, really great artist, made really cool work. Just gave it all up one day, and he built his own stretchers, and I don't know, maybe I wonder if he gave it all up. I think his name was Garrett. It's probably on the back of one of my things that I purchased from him. So when he was moving out, he sold like everything that he had, including works in progress, which that's why I say he was giving up art. I mean, I think he told me that, but that's sort of disturbing, maybe. I don't know. Actually, I had an idea for a while back when I thought I was back when I was pursuing community within local artists. I had this idea of a show that would be called sorry. It wouldn't be called sorry. It would be called um, co-liberation, collaboration, collaboration. I don't know, something like that. And the point of it would be artists take a work that they are stuck on or they're not satisfied with, and they pass it along to another artist who does whatever they want to on it. And I used to really like the movie Basquiat. Uh, anyway, and Warhol and Basquiat, they show them collaborating, and it's interesting. So I think there's something interesting about combining two artists in one work. And and I was like, and if we do that show, then every piece has two. I mean, usually when people who come to a show, it's friends of artists to support them. And so I'm like, you're doubling the number of artists, therefore you're doubling the number of people who might show up to such a show. So because I purchased this, hmm, there's never enough time. I mean, to do everything that we might want to do. So So I don't know if you know the song "In My House," but the key to unlock the door is a line in that song. I can't think right now who it's sung by. I want to say the Weather Girls, but I don't think it's them. In my house. So what I'm demonstrating is that the mind contains a lot of information, and it can pop up in a disorganized way. And I think that's the natural way that we exist. And so that's what I uh, attempt to share, the way that we are. And yes, I'm capable of giving a presentation that's on, on topic. And yes, I have speculated that there may be some who would view what I'm sharing as being disrespectful of someone's time that I'm putting 3.5 hours online that isn't vetted, it isn't edited, it isn't um, just, yeah, it doesn't respect your time. That's a way to look at it. And it's not the way I look at it. But maybe my Mamerica voice says that. So is Mamerica a woman? I think it's a system. It's a multi-headed monster. I don't normally, I'm not a, I don't, I'm an anti-storyteller. Um, but I've been, let's say, like, I've been more fiction curious in recent years. I've listened to books, stories. I'm reopening that. It didn't hurt. Whatever's going on with my voice, it doesn't hurt. So I was like, well, I can be Robert Kennedy for a few minutes. um, so yeah, that's my experience of having a mind that I think is pathologized. That oh, you're having these unrelated thoughts, disjointed thoughts. I'm sure there's a word, a diagnosis. I mean, ADHD, yeah, but maybe something even stronger. Stronger. Well, just because like everybody low key has ADHD. But maybe I have no concept of what other people, what their mental lives are like. So maybe what I'm presenting is like mania or just something that's got a label, got a name. Um, I don't think that matters unless I were a danger to myself or others. And I felt much more a danger to myself last week when I was in bed. Um, the miraculous transformation occurred because of some injections of, I believe, steroids into my, I believe, hip joints. So even though I'd say the percentage I'm performing just a little, and I'm mostly letting my letting me guide my. It is tiring. I am getting tired. Talking is tiring. Um, Thinking is tiring. Uh, Deciding, evaluating, So probably when I get done with this, I'll put on uh, something where I can be passive. And right now I'm going to be passive. I'm going to swivel this around and just stare at my own painting and be quiet for a few minutes. Uh, if you think I'm not having thoughts, you're wrong. And if you think that my thoughts are being guided by the painting, you're wrong. Maybe now they are. But when I sat down at first, I was going through recent things. I mean, I was having the same, even though I was being quiet, I was having the same experience that I've been narrating to you. It is essential, it is necessary to rest. And for many that I know, that's difficult because their minds don't stop. And I notice a link between that. Oh, you can't even see my head. Oh, that's cool. Um, I was wondering if I was blocking the painting. Um, so, so what I'm doing, what I'm sharing, what I'm illustrating is the way my thoughts work. And it's considered, I believe, it's considered inappropriate to share this the way that I'm sharing. That, why would I put someone else through it? I'm supposed to respect someone's time and attention, or even, like compete for their attention. And that leads to more efficient exchanges of information, and people are happy, and um, we like fun stuff. And here I go. That's a Momerica. I don't know. I'm workshopping it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but that's a Momerica attitude thing to say. I also like it because if some of the things didn't come from my mom, I could say, well, they came from America. So Momerica is both, but can be, it's a system. So not all the personalities are operating activated together at the same time. I like that. I think I'll talk about that sometime. I don't know your creative process. I don't know if you have ideas coming at you all the time. I mean, I just assume that you do. I assume we're all like this, that we all have thoughts popping in our head. And um, yes, I do believe that put I give them freer reign, Cleo Lane. I'm tired. I do, yeah, loosen the reins. I give more freedom to my mind, to my thoughts. Then again, I'm only assuming or supposing because I don't know what the experience of being someone else is. But like I said, I've never seen anyone sharing the way I share. And if if the verdict of Momerica is, yes, that's because nobody in the world wants it and it's not right and you shouldn't share uh, unpolished, thoughts. You're being disrespectful of the internet. Oh my God. You're being disrespectful of the internet. You're being disrespectful of Jeff Bezos's, server space. You're being disrespectful after a week when it's no longer on Twitch. You're also being disrespectful of Google's YouTube's server space. You are a bad person. You're putting material into the world that the world doesn't need, shouldn't see, and you're making the world worse. Okay. Now I kind of wish I was in frame when I said all that because then, I could have the reaction shot. Wow, you really think that? No, I'm going to pretend that I'm looking at me who just said that. You really don't value what I'm doing, do you? I don't have to move back and forth. I'm too tired for that. Yeah, I was just playing devil's advocate, I mean, it's a possibility. Maybe everything you're doing is uh, just deranged, mental illness. Why and just wasting time and money and okay, I get it. I think you've made it really clear. I feel like I could have so many follow-up questions for you. What is worth doing? I've sold paintings, right? And people have taken them into their lives and put a lot of meaning into that. That this comes from nothing. This comes from this comes from the exact same thing that I'm attempting to now do a narration video about. This comes from my mind jumping around and having thoughts and feelings. And yeah, sometimes, I mean, this works better than the talking because it's not language. So this is healthier, easier, for sure. And I lose myself sometimes in physical rhythms, and that's great. But in terms of what it is, the process that makes this, it is the same as the undisciplined, disjointed narration that I'm now doing. That this is this. You get what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you're me. You know that's true. And you know that I want people to know that that's true because you know that I don't use symbolism or storytelling in my paintings because they're abstract expressions of feeling. they are wide open to interpretation. And you used to hate names. This one doesn't have a name right now. So I think it's going to be like humanism. Uh, well, there already is a humanism 3. Humanism 2024. All right, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back. I'm going to collect my thoughts. Would you believe that I spent most of the time away thinking about the expression collect your thoughts, collect my thoughts? Of course you'd believe that. You know me. Um, it's not it's not like high on my list. It's not a bad word, but it's not a good word because it's not accurate. I don't collect my thoughts. They come to me when I give them space. If you love something, set it free. Like, what if I had a really wacky mom or mom Erica who, instead of saying, if it's important, you'll remember it. Don't worry about it. If it's important, you'll remember it if it's important. Like, that's not mean, but I didn't like it. I never liked that. And what if instead, um, they said, to really love something and have a beautiful relationship requires autonomy and consent. And if you love your mind and your imagination and your creations, your ideas. Oh, you don't have to personify them. I mean, yeah, you could make them inside out or little cute little bears running around, Care Bears, or you could imps. You don't have to. You don't have to, and you don't have to accept the premise that you're multiple people. I'm simply saying that if you love yourself and your ideas, give you the space and the freedom to come back to you. Don't hound it. Don't chase it. Don't, like, I guess the it in that is your mind. Don't browbeat your mind. Don't defecate. Well, definitely don't do that. But people shit talk their minds a lot. And I don't find it like wisely self-deprecating or cute. I mean, it might be defensive. It might be considered, you know, well, I'll own up to it, but is this still Mamerica re-raising me? It might be. I'm re-raising me. I know. Um, Mamerica is the bad caricature. I know. Yeah, but you're saying that if you could write it yourself, your Mamerica would have been in line with your values, which is so fascinating because it's like, where did my values come from if they didn't come from my Mamerica? So, yeah, so Mamerica is a system. Mamerica raised me, nature nurture. I do believe there are things about me that are just me, but I have no proof or way of understanding that. But it just seems to make sense. But even that comes from my Mamerica, or more specifically, my mom and dad. So anything that's nature is also related to nurture. We just love binaries, we make these debates. Um, oh my God, speaking of debates, it's no way to look at a candidate. It's no way to make decisions. We're sort of stuck on these things that are not beneficial. So this one is available for a donation. I'm not looking to get into to legal problems, but for my spiritual well-being, I can't think of myself as a business that sells products. I can think of myself as a providing a service of living the life of an artist and recording it. And so if someone wants to give me a gift or a donation, that's how I exchange my work now. It just makes more sense to me. And yes, it does skirt record keeping and taxation and whatnot, but it's so ridiculous that I used to do that at all. I was trying to do everything by the book because I am an honest person and I don't want to. I mean, if I had money, I would pay my taxes. And when I did have money, I did pay taxes. But currently, I don't have any money. And to go through the trouble of keeping track of my art career as if it were a business is taxing, is not worth it. And I don't know, is that the way that like conservatives who are anti-tax feel? That the taxing makes it not worth it? I don't know. Okay, so this is 30 by 40, or about 1 meter by. Ugh, I'll learn. I'm learning. 'Cause. 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 ' I guess 760, 55, 755 centimeters. Yeah. What did I just say? Yeah. Yeah? Or is it millimeters? 75 centimeters. Yes. Okay, I'm learning. I don't know why it's got a millimeter scale instead of a centimeter scale. But wait, centimeters, I don't understand. I don't know how to use a metric tape measure. Or maybe there's something wrong with me right now. I didn't get much sleep. But experience tells me it should be 75 centimeters. And I guess that's 755 millimeters. But I don't know because I never learned the metric system. There's something, there is something confusing about the metric system that has to do with milli and kilo. There's something, I don't know what it is, but there is something confusing. Like, like it seems like for the system to make sense, a gram and a liter and a meter, it seems like the base unit should be comparable, and they're not, I don't think. They're off by scale. Oh my God, I'm really talking about something I don't know. Um, I don't think there's anything wrong with speculating and having ideas about things we don't know and we don't understand. I do think there's something wrong with having strong opinions that are uninformed. I had a second viewer, they went away. Um, Now I could tell myself, well, maybe, oh, they're bored, they hate me. Um, Maybe they wanted to comment. And oh, so yeah, maybe it was like a spam bot and they wanted to put that shit I don't want. So someone said, someone waited. I currently have a time minimum of 30 minutes before people can comment. And I did that because I don't want spam and I like to control my topics myself. And I was afraid that I would get too distracted by comments and it goes on the screen and it does distract me. But I also have had a couple of rewarding like interactions. I think I'll keep the 30 minutes and I think I'll schedule regular chats where it's open from the get-go and I am specifically there to chat. And even though, I mean, I only have 11 followers, so there's no reason for me to believe that that's going to be worth doing. I could still, you know, I could post the schedule and have a regular and have it be known. And I did some stretching and some mild exercise today. And when I finished, I said, you may not feel improvement today, uh, but I want you, let's keep doing it. Let's try what we feel pretty strongly is the path to better health. And it's not an either or. I will still take the drugs or go in for the pain treatments, shots of steroids, something like prednisone or something zone or whatever. I'll take anything that helps me feel good. As I say that, I don't feel good, so I'm looking for, I'm auditioning a new drug, muscle relaxer. I'm on Yeah, so I'm about to take something not that's not prescribed to me. And I'm going to take one to test it, even though the person who gave it to me said two, and I think I took two yesterday. That was before I went to bed. I'm going to take one and see if I notice any results. And I don't even know what this is. I just trust the friend who gave it to me. So talk about, I'm documenting a crime or something. It says, I'm not going to tell you what it says. I'm going to remember it, so I look it up myself. So there's lots of drug use in the world, both licit and illicit, both legal and illegal. I am open to drinking and drugs to ease my pain and suffering, but I'm also aware that that's not enough. And in fact, it's dangerous to become habituated or dependent on drugs, alcohol, uh, you know? So now you know. The more you know. The doot, da doot. The dee da da da. La la da da. Ha hoopa da ha. Ha ba da hee. Ha ba da hum. Hammer he mana hamana humana hamana ha. Ha ba da hee. Ha ba da ho. Ha ba da hee ba da ho ba da ha ba da ha. Ha ba da hee. Ha ba da ho. Ha ba da hee ba da ha ba da ho ba ba da hoo. So I was just doing something relaxing. And what was that? Inventorying the contents of a drawer. You found that relaxing? Sure, why not? Well, how good of a job did you do? Not very, but next time I'm looking for stuff, I might remember that I I might remember some of the things that I am showing to my eyeballs right now. In the eyeball zone, I do have some ambition. If I could ever end up on, what are you saying? I'm saying I kind of like thought slime, and I kind of would enjoy being in the eyeball zone, and I kind of, I haven't made it to a point where I can submit anything that's good to someone like that. And he specifies that the content is leftist that he wants to promote, and I don't know if I'm a sufficient leftist for someone else. Well, those are some uh, well expressed thoughts. But it's not like a big emotional thing. No, it's not. So, most people's therapy is 50 minutes, and mine today, a talk therapy session, is coming up on 4 hours in five, four, three, two, one. 4 hour therapy session. So that is a benefit of doing this way. what I'm doing, and it could benefit you too. I don't know. I don't know if it has to be shared with the world. Am I starting a trend? Am I anticipating starting a trend? Uh, would that be cool? I mean, and maybe I don't even look on Twitch. Maybe there are other people doing this. I don't know. I probably should figure out. Am I unique? I mean, I'm not. Uh, I think I said in a previous video that my assumption would be that this style of content is so bad by the algorithm's standards that it's not going to be. I mean, it's not going to do numbers, so it's not going to, So if there is other examples of what I'm doing out there, I won't find them. That's my current working hypothesis, that there probably are other people who talk as expansively as I do, and I have not found them. But I'm willing to consider the fact that I could be unique, which is strange as hell. So what did I say? This is 30 by 40. So this is available in exchange for a donation on a sliding scale. Like it's your choice of what you donate. Well, then somebody's going to donate $5 for a painting. Well, they're not, because what I'm saying is that we are giving each other gifts. So you choose what you give me, and and if it's money, and if it's enough money, I'll give you something in return. And if you want a specific painting, then we're going to have a conversation about it. You know what I'm saying? So you'll know, yeah, you're going to get this one. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not a sale, it's a gift. Why is it a gift? How do I get away with this nonsense? Because I've never sold anything to someone who has no idea who I am. Is that true? It's mostly true. People form a connection to what I put out and buy it. And a large some of it is, they want the thing, but a large portion of it is they want to support me. And so I think it's legit to say that it's a gift. It's a gift to support the service that I'm providing. Thank you. So, and there are really high limits in terms of dollar amounts of what gifts uh, are permitted. Did that sentence make sense? I don't know if I talk about laws and money. Um, well, here's the other thing about all that. Like, oh, if I'm skirting taxes or whatever, I mean, put me in jail, I suppose. But what we're talking about is going to amount to, I mean, like, if you got into percentages and my income bracket, and I mean, at this point, it would be less than a few $100s that I'm, withholding or stealing or something, not paying tax on. So, well, just it's not, yeah. So, third, 30 by 40 is 1200. 1200 would be, at this point, a full retail price that would make me feel really good and make me feel that I was doing something that I could sustain my life doing. And so that is my ideal price. I rarely get that. And then what I do is I say, I cut it in half. And so I say anything from 600 to 1200 plus, and I ask that shipping to you not exceed 10% of whatever the donated amount is. So if shipping is something insane, then you're going to have to pay for the shipping yourself or something, or up your donation. Well, it's the same thing. We're just exchanging things. what am I saying? It's like, why am I skirting taxes? I'm skirting record keeping. I'm skirting the idea that I am a business. I'm proudly saying that I'm an artist who provides a service that is not appreciated by my society. I do not have support. I'm not making it, and I'm not willing to do all of the things that I'm supposed to do that would completely drain my energy. Like, I cannot work within the existing system and survive. I cannot. And so, from my point of view, that's a flaw in the system, not a flaw in me. And I'm talking about economics and uh, values, mindset. So, anyway, that was long winded. It's good though. All this is practice for the next time I have a conversation. So, for a donation of, and I'll go lower and say $500 to $1,200 plus, you could have this delivered to you. I think I'm going to win my court case because the person chooses the amount. And it's not guaranteed that they're going to get the thing that they want. I could say, what about this? Or, whatever. Oh, I want to stop. 407 W Disney, another commercial reference. I used to think it was funny that Disney made people pay for long distance instead of having an 800 number. They've always been like that. I mean, they probably have 800 numbers now, but the number that they used to advertise on their nationwide advertisements was to call 1407 W Disney. I'm sure that number still goes to Disney. When I was in college, I wanted to send my grandmother some flowers once, and I picked up the phone and I dialed 1-800 flowers, FLOWERS. And at the end of the transaction, uh, yes, it was the Nationwide Florist Network, and yes, they had a participating florist in Jacksonville, Florida. Oops, I've doxed myself. And yes, whatever. I mean, this is. I don't think the web was involved. I think I just sort of described what I wanted or chose a dollar amount and had them guide me. Blah blah blah. So I did this, and at the end, the person wanted to know. They asked a survey how I knew of the, um, what referred me, or they wanted to do, what did they have an advertisement or word of mouth or whatever. And I said, I just picked up the phone and knew that 1-800 FLOWERS would be a florist service nationwide. And they didn't believe me that that was the process that happened. Now, of course, it is possible that I had seen an ad and it just stuck in my head. But I also think it's possible that I simply reasoned that would be the thing to do. It's easier to guess than 1407 W Disney. Why W Disney? I mean, yeah, I get it, but no, I know Disney's not enough letters, so you have to have one more, so why not the W? But just saying, that's not. Somebody might think one. Somebody might think Disney W makes more sense because it's like Disney World, and I wouldn't be surprised if Disney also owns that number, 1407 Disney W. I want to look it up. I want to try it sometime. Where am I going to write it? Where am I going to write it? What color are you going to write it in? Blue is fine. This painting is finished. Don't you want to move it? Yeah. So for a donation of 500 and up, you might receive this as your premium. Let me know. Go to human is so dot me today before someone else snaps it up. I don't know if this is worthy of being put on the board. I'll write it small. One, I'm making a decision. Do I want to use dashes? How do I want to do this? No, I'll do a slight space. 407 Disney W. That was fun. That was fun. You're crazy. Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna end it now, and I might hang out with a friend. This one is called, I'm gonna finish. Oh, Christ. I don't like using that word as a expletive or a ejaculation. That just is another weird word for expression, I think. This painting is called The Solution to Everything. Hear me out. So, in contrast to the one I showed earlier, which is the key to unlock the door. Now this way I don't like it. That is upside down. Okay, hold on. Sorry. And I love this one. I can't believe there's nobody in the world that just is dying to have that. Like I don't understand why my art isn't, in museums and worth millions. Of course I feel that way. I should feel that way. This is called The Key to Unlock the Door. And I was explaining that it has an underpainting that was started by another artist, not me. And then so it's got a lot of time and history and layers and decision making and is it done and what is it going to be and which way is up and all of that. I sign my paintings with an R because I want a name, a word is not abstract enough for me, but one letter is okay. It's my brand. If I could buy r.com, I would. They don't allow that, but they allow x.com and z.com. Anyway, some single letter .coms exist, some are not allowed. Riot. They should give me my r.com. I should put that on a t-shirt. Except what the fuck? The solution to everything, hear me out.